Hello, and welcome back to some programming. I'm sorry I'm starting off in a bit of a weird way, but we'll get to that in a second. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. I'm just gonna quickly start off because I just saw some of this has gotten announced finally, and I just kind of want to have a quick read of this. So this is the new set of TFT, set 13. Which is all based around arcane stuff. I still haven't watched any of that, so no talking about that today. But I do want to have a look at a little bit of this, because I always find it very important and fascinating to kind of look into the information available. Also, yay, Malzahar 5 cost for the first time ever. I'm a bit more happy, finally. Dealing damage, the current target doing. Since the previous blast and reset, they also gain armor and MR. Okay. Black Rose, summon a chain sound, each Black Rose chain star level increases the thing. Rate up to 5, cast from Black Rose units, and when he drops below. Damage. Full wind freed. When someone dies, he restores to life with power beyond death. Okay, that's a prismatic trait. Keep that in mind. Kim Baron gain. If your loss streak is at least 3, gain more. Ooh, okay, okay. At each stack of offers you contraband that only Kim Barons can use. Kim Barons gain max health for each black market you pass on. So that's gonna be our econ trait, I guess. Interesting. Interesting. So that's the new Singe skin that's coming, as well as, so there is a lot of champions that are like unique to this set. That's kind of cool. Conquerors, takedowns gains after gaining enough. Open a war chest full of loot. Oh, another econ one, but an aggressive one. Conquerors gain attack damage and ability power increased by 3% for each war chest open. Ooh, so a hyper aggressive one. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, and Mordecai's is back. Rel, Bessa, okay. Okay. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna look at the rest of that later. I was just very, very curious and I wanted to have a look immediately. Now, I've gotten a bit of work done over the weekend. Spent a good few hours just plotting along, getting things done. I'm trying to think, where do we go with this? Trying to organize myself because I'm a bit unorganized today. Because I spent so much of the morning just doing programming and not like actually thinking, and then just organizing a couple of other things as well. So, okay, so one of the things I did this morning, and this is the big one, so we've got this little function here now, menu nav. This is kind of that stuff we saw before, it's just this stuff. There's going to be small tweaks that I'm going to have to make to this as I continue going. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a few details with it, because at the moment I think it can only go up and down. However, the important thing is that to showcase this, again, we talked about this before, we don't actually have keyboard navigation for our menus. That is what this changes. So you can see mouses over, well, mouse is in the center. Here we go. The mouse and the mouse are in the center of the screen. If we move this over here, and you can see I am actually navigating not with the mouse, but with thing, and I can actually use it. It's just a little fucky. Because I haven't fully got it all working. So that one there, that issue, I know exactly what that was. That is this. But yeah, so it's a fairly lightweight system, will require a little bit of work with how it's going to function. There's a lot of other little details that I'm going to have to slap in. Options isn't going to work correctly for now, that's fine. But the main menu does, and crates do, and we can set up upgrades as well to do it, keeping in mind that rerolls and banishes are not going to be something you go to via navigation. They are going to be buttons that you would press. So you would press R while on the ability to reroll the ability, sort of thing. This is some of the stuff that I'm going to try and work on mainly today. This is the stuff that needs to sneak in. However, to showcase other stuff we've done, well, I've done, whatever. Give me a sec. So I have also added in the collision box to these and a little thing to kind of indicate that they want to talk. The positioning of it is not final because there is a very key issue that they have, which is that, for example, this sprite, like some of these sprites use the new system for it, and some of them don't. Some of them are using like, okay, how do I explain? When I did sprites before, they were 64 by 64, and the actual drawing itself, so like Booby for example, is actually like only half of it. So it means that the sprite height is significantly higher than the actual like visual sprite, whereas Aura is not. Aura is using the newer system, which means that she's actually locked to a 32 by 32 space. Why does this matter? Why is this explanation necessary? That's because when I try and scale it according to the sprite height, to get it above their heads, it would be up to where Gura is if I was hovering over Booby. And that's how bad the mathematics were. So for now, I've just manually set it to a kind of similar-ish location. But yeah, if you click on them, you get all of this stuff. It's all working perfectly fine. Then I also quickly added in a conversation thing here. This is where you can select your modifier level. You select it, come out of it, and you'll see that you've got more things. This also did prove that this isn't actually working correctly and in full sense. We need to do some stuff about it because it's being a little weird in some case scenarios with it, as you can kind of see. So I'm gonna do some of that testing today, cleaning that up, but we're gonna mainly focus on the navigation for the early stage, just because it's not, I consider it kind of important. I want to just get the key ones done in my eyes. Oh, sorry. The key ones being dialogue and a dialogue upgrade menu and pause menu. Those are the ones I want to do because that's how I fast test the game as well. So I've added it to crate now. Options will be later. So pause is where we're going to do it as well. So you'll see, so the main changes to this to accommodate the new system is that mouse and box only puts the option select through, and then it's if selected, which it checks from option select. It will allow for everything, and it'll be either mouse click or this. Which I think's a perfectly reasonable way to approach this. Yeah. Should hopefully resolve a lot of things. We've also added in very quickly, some of this is the old functionality here. I mean, this is pretty much completely ripped from the old UI, because this is basically all the key stuff. And then this is also ripped from the old UI because this is basically what sets the navigation navigation type, whether it's mouse, keyboard, gamepad, stuff like that. And all it's doing is basically, if it's this case, and then these things occur, do this. How's it going? It's going alright. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to do today, and then also a lot of stuff that's being done. That's really cool. That's why I'm pretty confident we can get the next update out today. Regardless of if it's on stream or not, it should be done today. Because all I want to get is the navigation thing for dialogue, I said, the pause menu, which I just did, upgrades, which we'll do in a second, and should be basically it. There's upgrades there, so we'll work on that now. Because it should just be more or less plug and play. That's the fun part of this. So, now this axis here, this is probably not a fully necessary bit of code, but we'll see how it goes. What that is doing is, if we go back to this, so this is the menu navigation, what it is doing here, this is why I need to work on it here as well, is it's basically just checking for the input type going through. So again, most of this is the old code being refactored in to work in newer stuff. So there's a little bit of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. That's why I'm pretty sure I need to add in some better foundation work around this stuff. Remember? Oh, we'll see how it goes. Because I'm pretty sure crates might not work based on some of these numbers. We'll see. So menu, navigation, so selected. Now I need to find where... Okay, so where's this? This is rerolls. Right, so... Then... clashes. I'll just call it banish. And then this is the drawer upgrades. So, this is where we get to a weird thing. How I want to do this. So, this is where we have if selected. And then we're also going to want to have here and menu. What is it again? Nav mode. Nav mode equals nav dot mouse. Because this is where this actually matters. Okay, now, this is where I can mostly yoink the old code, this code, for it. Selected this. Right, yeah. Again, there's going to be a little bit of finessing this around. Trying to quite get the right thing. Okay. Should work. And then I'm gonna have to think about how. What did I? I'm gonna have to hold my gamepad for a moment and think about the things. So it was like Y was gonna be the reroll, I think. Y was gonna be reroll, X was gonna be banish. I don't think I've actually got this set up at the moment. So I'm just going to leave it with this. We're going to yoink the code for the re-rolling. What would be a good banish button then? T? Sure, I'll do T for now. So there we go. Now you should be with a keyboard able to reroll and banish your options. All right. Alright, sorry. Brain is getting there. It's still warming into what I need to get done on this. So let's go back up to where we have a lot of it all together. Da, da, da. Go with that, and then yoink this from here, and do that. That should have that plugged in now. Do want to add that with change index, this should and then option select gets reset on menu change anyway, so we don't need to concern ourselves with that. So now should be fine. Let's see how it goes. See if we get a crash, eh? I saw an issue there and I want to see if it's consistent. I need to say something's going on there that's not good. couple of things it could be. But I want to see what the encode debug is. Okay, so it's when it's switching out of that menu. So I'm looking for dialogue current. That and then current dialogue current tree. It doesn't seem to be working correctly. Interesting. Why is that breaking that way? What has changed? That would affect that. What if I remove this for the moment? I will remove this. Does that resolve the issue? Oy, 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 oy. Okay. So clearly, this is a little fucked at the moment. Which is probably a case from my thing resetting. My input problems. Da, 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 da. I don't see how it was wrong. Let me look into some stuff. Um... Okay, so now where are we at? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why it's not giving me a an input delay. I get why it's not doing it between switching through things, and that's easy enough because all I'd need to do for that is have this bit of code. Move that, well, grab a copy of that, go to dialogue system. And add this. Actually, what I should do is we should be using this. Because this would save a little bit of code. In a sense. Yeah, it just looks like there was an input buffer delay occurring correctly. What? That's so confusing. What? Why is that error occurring? I'm actually so confused. If selected, do this and break. Ping pong ding dong. Hey Inya, how's it going? Watch me lose my mind further with this. If I step through, that's fine. If I do it with that, oh no. Wait. No, that shouldn't be the case. I see the dialogue system's getting along. Yeah, the dialogue system's moved along a fair bit, but now the main thing today is implementing keyboard navigation into menus. So we've keyboard navigation and just general input. Haven't done it for options. Options is a low priority for this update. Getting that working with thing, but we've got, or we should have crates and upgrades working. Crates might not be working because I might not have done something for that. We will see. Main menu is navigatable. Pause menu is navigatable. Now I'm just trying to get the dialogue working, and I'm getting very confused as why this error is occurring. Because I don't know what it's doing differently. Like, at all. I have no idea what it's doing differently. Am I missing something really obvious? How do I do it over here? Seems fine. Hijacking the input controller for menu navigation is always tricky. Well, it's just like, I've already had the system for it, kind of softly there. I never put it through, right? So, the big thing is we've added this function here, menu nav, which if I pull this up, it's literally just like this. Right? Because we already had like option select as a function that was getting held for. So all I needed to do was shift the positioning of stuff so the mouse click event and these things aren't held by mouse inbox. It's just option select, check if selected, if selected, then do the stuff. That was the idea, alright? Nice, simple, easy, move it around. So that was that, but the problem is that apparently this isn't working. Here. So the problem with this is the moment I use keyboard input for it, it breaks. So if I just pull up this, or keyboard selection, it breaks. Which is why I'm confused on it. Because it works fine, so hard to see a bit on mode, but here, this is keyboard control. Can pull up options, it's not going to work there because I don't have it rigged. Go to play, go click here, and I can go through these menus perfectly fine. The moment I use select, you see nothing's, like I've just pressed E, nothing happened. Now it's going backwards. And if I do it again, still nothing, and now I can't move at all. And if I try and activate something with the mouse, it will call this error. Why does it work fine here, but not with this? Why is it like this? So I'm very much trying to figure that out right now. Like, this here is exactly why I'm like, I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Why would this not result in the same outcome when it's the same everything else? So yeah, this is programming, everybody. This is programming. But yeah, no, observer patterns best in these sorts of cases, and that's why you normally want to also have singleton for like stuff like UI. Alright, so I'm gonna be even more confused than you. I need to merge two rookie mates' code and solve the conflicts. Oh no. What IDE are you doing it in? Yeah. And are you restricted in which IDE you're allowed to use for the design process? Because there's an IDE that I use for specifically conflicts, even with game maker conflicts. Which has saved my ass more times than I'd like to count. Thank God JetBrains has amazing merging tools. Okay, that's not too bad then, yeah. Because no, I've dealt with that on dealing with merge conflicts in Game Maker from like Git postings for that is fucking mighty annoying unless you have very specific IDEs available to you. I use Visual Code. Was it Visual Studio Code or whatever the fuck it's called again? Not like the one that I normally use for coding, but the other fucking codes one. What is it again? Because there's two like default code IDEs for Windows. I'm trying to remember. Like one of them's I think just got the tag Visual, which is the one I don't like using. No. Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, that's right. Visual Studio is the one I normally use. Visual Studio Code is the one that's good for doing merge conflicts. Because it actually has like a really good infrastructure for it. Visual Studio, the big idea. Yeah, no, Visual Studio is the one I prefer, if I have the choice. But Studio Code has a conflict, like, infrastructure for it that is honestly insanely good. Because what it does... yes, I know some of these words. Yeah, it's basically what's kind of happening at the moment, admittedly. This is slightly technical stuff here. So what, I use Visual Studio Code for coding and merging. JetBrains is way better than, because yeah, like with Visual Studio code specifically, when I'm doing a merge conflict for Game Maker, because it's so many like interlaced files and shit like that, the way it does it is it will bring up, so this is for anyone that doesn't know. Like, so over here is kind of like your list of things that you've got, right? So it's not important. This is your final code. This is, I believe this side is origin, and this side is, push. Or pull, I guess, technically in this case. So what it does is it does this, and it means that you can scroll down on both of these and see where those conflicting points are, and then you can see what the final output is. It's just really, really helpful. And it also has on like the side here with the scroll bar, it actually has like a red line everywhere there's conflicts, so you can easily flick to the locations. It's so good. So good. JetBrain does it in 3 columns and has some live bubbles that are clearer, clearer than CodeMe. That's fair. I guess, like, because I'm a bit more old-fashioned with some of that stuff, it's not too bad for me. I don't really need more clarity than I already have from Visual Studio Code in most cases. To be fair, most of the merge conflict work that I've done recently is Game Maker, so maybe there's, like, that's not the case in certain other IDEs. Also, in case someone's wondering, if you're hearing the word IDE and getting confused, just basically, IDE is the software, right? It's the software we're programming in. So, Visual Studio is an IDE, is a thing. Game Maker is an IDE. That is what you're programming in. It's the client that you're using. The software that you're using. That is, I think, the most layman terms I can think of. It's mostly because I'm teaching my mates a lot, so having a nice interface for the complex stuff is nice. That's fair. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, like, that's why, I mean, best case scenario is that you've got people that aren't working on the same thing, right? Like, that's the biggest way of doing it normally, is, having it all separated, because I'm assuming you're probably, you said, what was it that you were using again? Would you, do you have headers and, like, sub-files for your individual pieces? I define IDE by the software and tools that you use to code. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's basically, yeah, there's a reason why I'm just using the loose terming of, like, it's the software you're doing it in. Because I feel like that's something people can understand without coding knowledge, is that kind of phrasing. Because when you just start getting into, like, software and tools, it's like, okay, what's tools? And it's like, well, most of the tools are internal plugin architecture. Or, like, other little bits and pieces. And then it just starts getting, like, too jargony. That was the issue I had explaining some... was it the world space stuff the other day on the server? I was explaining that, and it's just, like, it's really hard to define what a drawer event is without using jargon. because it's like implementing something to world space is basically what draw event is. It's like, okay, well, what's world space? It's like, it's the display like environment. They call our classes to learn languages. They throw you in the water and you better learn to swim. That's fair, that's fair. But yeah, it's the difficulty with, when you get to a certain point with software and stuff like that, jargon is just, you can't get away from it. It's so bad. There is so much, like, buzzwordy shit to say in programming, and the problem is that there is just some of those words, and this is the case with most things, right? So like people understand when jargon gets used and then you ask them to explain that and there's like a blank moment on their face, that's not because like they're thinking you're stupid. They're sitting there going, how the fuck do I explain this without spending like several hours on this subject? That is pretty much like one of the most consistent things you'll find with that stuff. So be a little forgiving when you can. I know medical is pretty bad for how do I explain Git? Yeah. Explaining Git is like, oh, well, it's kind of like a cloud networked. And it's like, what's a cloud? And it's like, oh, don't. Storage online. Kinda. Like, oh. Back in school, they taught us to program PLCs. Oh. It's just all ladder logic, yeah. So programming seems like magic, but it's really cool to see it come together. Yes. Kind of online, but not really. Yeah, I mean, that's what... Yeah, Git is really confusing for that when you go into the details of it. It's like, it's... Yeah. Especially when you start getting into, like, how pushing and pulling and branches and all that work, it just starts becoming a nightmare, right? Because, like, this is on a Git, this program. I say that, when was the last time I pushed this? Now I'm curious. Ah, yes, just a few changes ago. Only 257 files have been edited since this was last put in. Oh god, yeah, all of the UI stuff is still just local. I have not pushed any of the UI stuff. All the splash art stuff as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it looks like most of the splash art stuff. All the icons, there is a lot of stuff. There is a lot of stuff that is currently only on my computer. Amazed that my mate's got it pretty fast, just from me constantly being, well boy, it's time to pull, merge, and push. Yeah. I mean... Have you told them what a force push is, yeah? And have you told them that if they force push, that you're gonna force push them off a fucking roof? To anyone that doesn't know what a force push is and get terms, it is possibly the most devilish action you can take. And you will get your ass ripped open by everyone else if you do it. It is not good. Like, genuinely, again, big stressor, just never force push. They're already scared to break everything. If they force push, they will break everything. So, you know, But yeah, so force push, to anyone that's wondering, it's basically going to ignore everything like merging and all that, and it's just going to supersede and force the code in regardless of what condition it's in. And that's not a good idea. Got them on separate. Well, I mean, like, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Is you're supposed to, everyone's supposed to work to their individual branches, then you have a development branch, then you have a release branch. Yeah, you'll probably have a main somewhere along the way. Like, for me, I'm not going to show too much, because I think some of this will reveal too much. But if we go into the branches here, you've got, like, my mate's update that he did at one point that I've pushed over to a branch. We have the release branch, we have the primary branch, and we have this branch that I work off, which is the primary dev branch. And what I do is, once the primary dev branch is in a nice, happy state, I will put it to the main, and then from the main, I put it to the release branch. As a security method for, like, ensuring that I've got all of my boxes ticked. And that there's no errors along the way that just pop up randomly. It also means that I can push to that branch if there is another person working on stuff without too much concern. The thing is, now I'm solo dev, less of a reason to have as many branches as I do. But it is what it is. Seems like a good workflow. It is a fairly good one. Not what I used to do when I did more like intensive work. In intensive work environments, you have branches relative to what you're working on, and then you would merge around based on that. So in this case, like, I'm mainly working on UI, so I would actually have a UI branch specifically. And then, like, I would have a branch that was working on bosses, and I would be hopping around the branches a lot more aggressively. Because the idea for when you're doing it that way, and by the way, all of this would probably be a sub-branch of my development branch. This is actually how you would do a lot of this stuff in a bit more of a formal setting. Because, yeah, you'll have your own branch, then you'll have all your sub-branches, and you'll pull from other branches to put into your sub-branches on specific aspects that you'd be working on. And the rationale behind that is it means that you can work on them on, like, very targeted and very much in a controlled environment. So you have that foundational thing. Then, once you've got that kind of working, then you'll push it into your personal main dev branch, and then put things together from there. And that's how you would kind of approach it. Once that's at a clean state, then you would submit the request for push to the next higher branch that's above you. Being an admin, you end up in a situation where most of the time you are the person that's doing the quality assurance. And so there's a quality assurance branch that you'd be pushing into. And you'd have to take the people's things, you'd have a sub-branch from that you would push their branch into to check against the quality assurance branch. And then it gets really, really fucking silly. There's a reason why you normally have, like, a lot of people working on that sort of stuff. Important thing I will say, though, do not have your admin as your quality assurance. You need to actually have a separate dedicated group of people for quality assurance, because the admin might just get fucking sick of shit and push it anyway. Not saying I did that, but hey, I never got complaints. True stuff. Yeah, this is where, like, because you normally have, like, a project head, an admin, a quality assurance, and a there's another one. Basically, you have, like, a few people. Shame here, no, it's force push to release branch. You're fine, right? That's how that works. Force push to release branch and just leave for the weekend. Wait, is that what happened with the one security company, the bricks and machines? They made the changes and it smoked Windows installs for... Okay, so that was a lot more than just a few. I know what you're referring to. That was a very, very large world event that we're still recovering from. It was pretty bad. Air push on Friday evening, exactly. So what that was an error in the programming along the way that misregistered something. I can go into a lot further detail. I have looked into it. I talked with a lot of people around that issue because I had a lot of connections and I was able to talk to people that were like directly involved because I was very interested in the situation. For the sake of not going further into the details and like throwing anyone under the bus and stuff like that, there were mistakes made by an external factor that didn't get quality assurance, and because of that, a lot of it wasn't made. I don't know if I'd use the word dynamic in this situation. It was a little too hard-coded, was what I found. So it basically meant that it was a kernel, I think it was a kernel level problem from memory. Where basically, well, no, it might not have been kernel level, but point is, it was an issue that basically meant that off of the person that made its computer, it probably... it worked probably fine on theirs, didn't work on anyone else's, and it caused a lot of fucking issues. A lot of issues. Like, it affected a huge amount of infrastructure because it's a very old and essential piece of software. And it did a lot of damage. It very likely cost people lives. Because it was like, we're talking hospitals, we're talking banks. Here it was groceries, right? Like, actually, here in New Zealand and Australia, we got hit some of the hardest because almost all of our businesses used that as an underlining infrastructure point for how we do cash registers, how we do banking, how we do hospitals, how we do everything. Like essential services, police, ambulance, these things, those all got like temporarily knocked out. You can probably guess how fucking terrifying that was. It was a very large scale issue, and it goes to show the frailty of a lot of this stuff and why quality assurance is really important. It's scary how much of really important stuff is... Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. Like, 100%. 100%. There is, like, old libraries that no one has touched in almost 20, 30 years that are still, like, the essential building blocks of, like, almost all our code nowadays. Do not underestimate how much, like, legacy code we just build over the top of because it's just not worth fixing. It's like, it works. Like, if you actually had, like, a disposable enough amount of income for, like, a disposable enough amount of money for this, recoding computers from the ground up would be amazing. Don't all banks still run on Fortran? Forgive me if I'm wrong. I don't know if all banks, but yeah, like, something that a lot of people don't understand is that, like, most... Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure. But, like, most computers and a lot of those sort of networking systems are, like, still using a lot of DOS architecture as well. That's the fun part. I know planes as well. They just got knocked out by the system issues. And, like, yeah, no, still to this day, still to this day, there is, like, computers that were still kind of knocked out until, like, a couple... I think most of them have been fixed or just replaced at this point. But we're talking about, like, laptops that basically held together entire networks. And this is how this is how IT looks, realistically, when you actually go into it. is there's that one laptop in the corner of the server room that's like slightly ajar. Never touch that laptop, because that laptop is holding together like possibly several companies worth of like architectural systems. It itself is not the server. It is what runs the servers in a way that you cannot ever fucking like comprehend. And it was written by some like random dude 20 years ago or 15 years ago or whatever, and it has just been left there since. And that person's no longer in the company, so nobody knows what to do. New fare unlocked? Honestly, yeah. This is actually one of those things where it's like, this is a new realization. This was kind of like the, oh, what was the term for it? Yeah, do you remember the term for the 1999 to 2000s scare? Was that 401k? No, that's something else. What was that again? What was that era called? The 2000s switchover. Because that was like one of the biggest scares for IT for the longest time. The year 2000 bug literally? Okay. Because, the uninitiated for this one's actually a really fascinating one. Yeah, basically the world was going to end on 2000, like the moment it hit 2000 in the IT industry. It kind of did in a lot of places. And like Y2K, thank you, Y2K. I knew it was something like number K. Thank you, Y2K, that was it. That's the shorthand for it. Yeah, no, that was possibly one of the like largest IT bugs ever. This is like kind of close. Like that's how big of a fucking era this was. Like, do not underestimate how simple a thing could just break. The IT industry is held together by very, very finer things. Yeah, 2000. Yeah, no, yeah, Y2K. Yeah, that was, yeah. But yeah, that was a cool one. I liked that bug. That bug was funny. Especially like how terrified everyone was of it. But it's because like it sounds stupid, but there was no precedence for it. There was no like, well, we've never had to consider the idea of this number changing. So why code around it? I think stock market got fucked from it as well, didn't it? Like a lot of things got fucked from it. But for the most part, the damage was a lot less severe than what was theorized. Everyone thought it was just completely over and all computers were gonna die. So, you know. Yes. No, exactly, no. Like, that's the thing, right, is we're now at a stage where we try and consider things at least a little bit in advance and then just fucking rush something out to answer it. Keeping in mind that with the thing earlier this year with that era, I believe most case scenario, I think it was like a 11 to 14 hour turnover to getting key stuff resolved. And that was a global effort. Realize how long that is in an IT space, but also like how short that is of time. Like, a lot of things occur in that space of time, but like holy shit. When we're talking like blue screen of death perma looping and having to like interact with the under BOS. Like it was a stressful time. Very funny listening to everyone talk about it. And glad it didn't affect me pretty much at all, so. just goes to show though, yeah, software architecture is extremely fragile. Extremely. Fortnite crashing during end of season. Oh, Jesus. I remember hearing about that one. That was stupid. That was so stupid. So, this doesn't work anymore. I don't know why that's causing a rip. Dude, I'm new to computers and modding, and I figured easiest place to start would be an APK file, Assassin's Creed Pirates. To be precise, what would be your advice, dude? I mean, 100%. When it comes to that stuff, there are so many tutorials and Googleable assets and stuff. An APK file editing, I mean, all you'd probably need is Notepad++, right? And you'd probably be fine. I can't remember what that would be coded in though. But yeah, like just honestly, Googling around, Google's your friend. It's always a good one. So you're on the right track though, for just finding like an easy, interesting thing to start with. It's always a good way of going about it. 100 gigs of brain rot. Not buying another drive to play as Thanos. That's fair though. You know what would be cool? Is a HoloLive Danganronpa game. What is the style of the Danganronpa games? I'm possibly like really gonna piss some people off. I've never played nor watched like any real Danganronpa stuff. What is the gameplay loop for them? Because it's like, it's a death game puzzle thing, right? To my understanding, it's like more puzzle-orientated Persona. I'm quite happy to be wrong, by the way, on what I'm saying here, because again, it's just assumption based on like loose information. Started programming at 8, coding a thing to record and replay mouse movement to bot on some MMO. I know that feeling. When did I start? When did I start coding? I started, technically, I started the moment I touched a computer, actually. Because that was the only way to actually access files back then. And I wanted to play fucking Thomas the Tank Engine Pinball. Let's not read too far into like my childhood of playing things. It's like a battle royale murder mystery type game. Okay. I mean, I could definitely see that being done with HoloLive, and that would be kind of funny. I mean, I feel like they've kind of started doing that sort of stuff with the more recent like roleplay-esque story event group things that they've done. But yeah, like, so is the gameplay loop just like mainly dialogue, or because I don't know what, again, the gameplay loop's more the important argument to me. Because like murder mystery tells me genre, not gameplay. Sad playing ZZZ. I'm so sorry, Roger. I actually enjoy that, and there's a character coming out that like almost had me come back, but I stand by my thing. Dialogue and click and drag. Okay. I mean, yeah, that would not be too hard to code. It'd just be, I mean, the coding side is pretty easy. It's the writing and designing side that's going to be the hard part for that. My wallet has not been touched. Same. I'd played it for like 2 weeks and I didn't touch my wallet once for it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. But I just... No, I've said this to my friend because I was talking about that new character that's coming out that's like Virgil, basically. Like, not even a joke. They basically look like Virgil. And just like, this is the kind of thing that would get me tempted to come back. But I just don't have time. I already barely have time to play Star Rail and like Warframe and all that, which I love playing. But this needs to get made. And I've said this on Twitter yesterday, I think, before I went to bed. Like, once I'm back from my trip, I'm going to, like... I am going to force myself to get, like, more done on this. I'm kind of sick of the progress starting to slow down. So once the UI... Like, once we get through the UI stuff further, and, like, in a bit more of a content state with it all... we're just going to be burning the midnight oil to get the bosses done. Like, I want the boss update done, like, early next month, preferably. If that's possible or not, I don't know. And then I kind of want to have, like... Because I said this before, I love the idea of the Steam release before the end of the year. That's not likely to happen, but it would be nice. Gonna hit to merge some branches and then probably sleep. Come back if still live. Fair enough. Catch you later, now. I've done a bit of research about the game and was made in Cosmos Engine and it was time for a mobile game. Quite interesting for the real history in the game. That's always good though. Good luck not losing your mind. It's fucking too late, buddy. No, that's always important when it comes to, like, getting into, like, any form of development. Like, do you have any idea how many people underestimate, like, starting off as, like, a Minecraft modder or something like that? Do you have any idea how just that's really good? Because it's a nice, somewhat safe environment to learn some of the early development stuff in, learn techniques, learn things. There's a lot of great tutorials out there now for that stuff. That's always the important thing. I mean, it's all down to passion, right? That's why I'm able to keep going with this project so much. It's just like... the pain of dealing with this kind of era that I'm dealing with right now, and I have no fucking idea why it's this way. I actually have no idea. And it's really starting to bug me. Like, I don't understand why there's a difference between these things. Want to look better at it, let's mod the game. Practice makes perfect? Yes, that's the huge thing. Always do that. No, straight up, like... I mean, I always tell people to go make games, right? Same as good old Thor and all that. Go make games. Do not expect your first game to be good. Right? Your first game's your first game. It's the same as like, hey, do you remember the first time you drew something when you were a kid? It was probably fucking awful. It was probably like, I don't know, a car that looks like, that, right? That was probably the first car you ever drew. Is that a good looking car? Fuck no. That was the first car you ever drew. And you learned from that. And now look at people drawing fucking Ferraris. It's insane. I'm not saying you can draw a Ferrari. If you can, that's fucking impressive, but you know. You can electrical design circuits with redstone. became an electrical engineer. That's fucking cool. It's a car nonetheless. Exactly. That's the other important thing. Gotta look at it with all of their positivity. Same with this game. I look at it as much with positivity as I can, even though I just don't understand this bug. Why is this input not working here? Ah. If I... Because it's fine with mouse. It's completely fine with the mouse. Why is it not? What engine and language are you working in? I am using the Game Maker engine, Game Maker Studio 2, and the language is the in-house GML language that they have, which is very much like it's based off of C and C subsidiary languages. So C++ and C sharp. This is the thing that I just don't understand with this. It's perfectly fine if I'm using a mouse input. The moment I use keyboard select, it breaks. So there's some controller input error then? I don't think so. Because there's no controller, so we don't have a controller for input. We have a single script that's get input control. And that's not the issue there. Because that's the thing, right, is that's uniquely just this bit of code here. Which is just when I use the selecting key, so enter E. When using navigation on dialogue specifically. That's the part that's more annoying. I'm trying to consider why. Because it's perfectly fine under the other situation of... So again, we can use another example. Can you use breakpoints on this or log statements? Yes, but that's not going to really help for this error. Like, I've already used a few, but this is why I say, like, so this, again, hand up, so this isn't mouse. You can see my mouse is over here. It's going to disappear in a second. This is perfectly fine, right? This navigation's fine. There's no issues with this. But the moment I use it in here, so like this is moving fine, but I use this is now in reverse because I'm pressing the down key now. And then if I press it again, it's naughted out. Nothing's happening. And then the moment I try and interact with the mouse, it will cause a crash. And from this crash, I know that it's a error somehow with the dialogue tree's positioning data, which is confusing. It's only when you hit the enter key itself, basically. But it's just like, again, it's a weird error, and I'm trying to do in my head an answer for it. And I think there's a few things that could be wrong. But I don't know why that's the case. Because like, if I remove this, there's no issue. But now you can't use E or enter or whatever. Or I think it's A on the controller. That's what I have it as the selecting thing. GPT would not help me on this. While GPT is a useful tool, it would not handle this. This is far too complex for something like that. Nah, just program my entire game in ChatGPT. That'll totally go well. God. Is it potentially an issue with the resetting architecture here? Dialogue change tree. Is that to that? What is when I change menu? Option select 0. Whole word only. Let's have a look. See. Because like my immediate thought would be that I've messed up with like the break, but I've got the break there. And again, the mouse click works perfectly fine. And that's what's confusing about this. What if I remove this? See what happens. What if you code and stop the text dialogue menu from scrolling from bottom to top? I mean, that's actively, like, I've chosen to have it do that. Right? So it will scale through like that, and that's perfectly fine. That's still interesting. Oh, am I stupid? I'm probably stupid. Oh, I think I figured out what I've done wrong. Welcome to programming, everybody, when you do the stupidest fucking shit. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? You ready for... Ready? I hate everything. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, to explain the issue in a very simple way, because I'm a complete fucking moron. So this is something that you might not immediately think about. What happens when I, like, talk to a dude? Well, I have to go up and I have to interact with them. So I press the interact key, the key enter, right? But I wasn't checking to ensure that, like, I should stop checking for this variable. So I'm next to them, I'm pressing enter while in dialogue with them, which then proceeds to force the dialogue again. And it creates this awkward corruption that's basically occurring because I'm redoing the dialogue train over and over again while also having it trying to modify and reselect to the new dialogue. Basically, it's a bunch of conflicting points that come together to create an error. If I just checked for if it's actually not in a dialogue, basically, it would have been fine, and I would have resolved this issue like fucking half an hour ago. Probably even earlier than that. God damn. Oh, fuck it. I can't believe I didn't think about this. It happens. It happens. I should have clicked to this earlier because it was uniquely to the dialogue when interacting with these people. But yeah, no, the issue's resolved. So I do need to grab this though again and add this to the board because I think we're having the same issue here. No, we weren't because it's already accounted for. If I'd gone to the board and tested it there, I would have noticed immediately it was specifically that. I am a fucking idiot. Oh, I hate myself. Welcome to programming. The definition of programming best comes out as this perfect chart. There's a perfect chart. This is what programming is it's going from this point straight up here to straight back down here and just cycling between these two things. That is what programming is. Can I get all the way? No, I can't. Might as well. Sorry for the flashbang. There we go. Alright. That's resolved. Now I need to test upgrades and crate, because those are the two things I did also implement for this, but I just didn't get to it. Alright. And then we'll need to also fix how the modifiers display goes. So, now I should be able to... Yeah, so that cycles between those fine. Now I need to level up. So if I press R, this should reroll. And if I press T, that should banish. Cool. Awesome. So now you can theoretically play this game outside of options completely with one hand. for just keyboard control. And it also means that after a little bit of work, I can also set up the gamepad again. Which will be a nice welcome addition again. Because I believe you should just need to press enter for that. Yeah. Nice. Does mean at the moment this doesn't display at all unless... Again, that's something I'd want to look into, is a way to like display tooltips in an effective manner without mouse control. Glad to hear, and we have a great Sunday. I mean, it's Monday morning for me, but yes, no. All good, and I'll catch you later. Yeah, no, it's a good old Monday morning. It's 9 AM for me. Gotta love living on the other side of the planet to most people. It's always a fun one. So I should honestly pull this though up here because you want to do this earlier so it's just running less code. That's the idea. Okay, so there was one thing I wanted to go do, which was a crate. Because, no, it does have the thing. I'm sure it'll be fine. What was the next fucking thing to work on? There's too many things to work on. I had a list. I'm gonna probably leave the gamepad stuff. Not too concerned with that. I might lower enemy spawns, actually. That's one thing I might do quickly while I remember. Don't know what script does what now, though, is the problem. Enemy objects, enemy units, enemy unit list. Spawn cluster amount, spawn amount. Spawn amount needs to come down. So this needs to come down by 6. This needs to... probably a lot more than that, actually. For how often spawning is occurring, this can probably be 3. What else? Trying to think of all of the things that we were like needing to get resolved today before the next update. I'll obviously need to turn off all the debug. Oh yes, modifiers. We were working on modifiers. So that's in lobby. Portal mods here. So the value for the space given was wrong. There we go. And then there was kind of an issue I was seeing with how some of the tooltipping was done, the tooltips. Okay, so let's just write so I know that I don't need to go any further down than there. Because this is underneath, I can do a potential thing. Let's do height. There we go. Come on, cat. Sit better. I think that's what I need to do. See if that fixes the modifier issue that we're having. With the modified tooltips specifically. Interesting. Okay, so this should actually also help this out, I think. So I saw what the issue was. It's like flicking between these. There it is again. So it's hovering over the spot. And then it's turning up and then not getting purged. But is it the correct one? It's a really strange and temperamental bug. I wonder if this is going to break a bunch of stuff. Because if I do this, honestly, it's probably solved a lot of things for me. Yeah, I should honestly just be doing this. Why did I make things more complex than it needs to be? Yeah, there's actually probably not that much that's got hover functionality, is it? Let's move this to a global thing. And it's this bit of code here that we remove. It's the not equal -1 that we get rid of. Just gonna redo this to find it easier. Cool. Alright. So we're purging tooltips on each step and then rewriting them. We were rewriting them anyway, so it made sense. And it means no more of the weird, like, potential carryover stuff. And it also means I could actually just pause it as well by, like, say, if I've got a key pressed, don't clear. So it means that you can, like, read things. So if that's the case, then I actually want to add to menu change array clear. Oh, it already does. Just right there. Cool. Alright, now see what happens when we have higher modifier values to make sure that it actually stays onto the screen correctly, because that was the issue we were having a second ago. Alright. So, there's a couple of things we'll change there then. So we'll change this value from that to that for now. Go 4. Fine. And then width, I want to make just a little bit more. So, I am Die Thank You Forever's title is a little too long for that tooltip. We might need to do something about that. But the modifier, like space that we were given, seems pretty good. I know that it's not fully visible, by the way. I'm kind of problem with the positioning of the thing. So I noticed that I'll sort something out towards that, I think. To be fair, a lot of that, those tooltips need to be like fixed up and stuff. Or like the descriptions, because they're just wrong now. Not even wrong, just off. Requires a little bit of work. Alright, I can't think of what next to do. Oof. Gotten a good bit done though. Let's go quickly disable debug stuff. Will I remember? Because surprisingly enough, I don't want to ship with the debugs. Okay. Is there anything on my immediate list that I have? Oh, skins. We don't have a way of selecting skins. Hmm. Do I just re-enable the character select visual thingy? Let's see. Control K. See. Don't think I've actually got a function for that. No, I do have a function for it. At least in the loosest sense. Da, 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 da. Current character index. And then it's character list. Character. Whoops. Wow. Current character dot. It was skin index. Rip this out because I'm gonna make a var for this var. New index. Right. Merging is done. One mate had 0 conflicts, the other forgot to push some of his classes, so I can't merge that. Always unfun. Don't ask about this ternary operator. Just don't ask. Just don't ask about this ternary operator. Oh god. Oh, that's fucking foul. So this is technically wrong. We want this as 0, so it is a clamping loop. Also, if we go to lobby, we need to enable this. So I can't just move it to the other instance tab, can I? No. Alright. I want to see if this works. It's only going to work for Iron Mouse is the best part. Because again, Iron Mouse is the only one that has a skin. Let's see if it works. It should change the skin. If it doesn't change it on the player, that's the concern. It does not. So that means that the change skin function doesn't actually do what it says. And that would be because it's not actually setting it to the O player, which is fine. It's like set character, I think, right? No. Set. Character set. That one. I don't remember how often that's reset to. Do I handle that in the step event? I do not, so that is the correct thing to be doing. Alright, let's see if this works. Character not set before reading. Oh, yeah. That would help. There we go. Now we should have skin changing. I swear to God. Yay! You can change the skin. And then if I say play as a different character, this should do jack shit. Yep. The one thing I did see just then, and I want to do something about it. is okay, so there's a few things I'm gonna do here. And then if sprite index does not equal skin index hold, then sprite hold will equal this. How did I end up here? Never know. YouTube recommendations are a weird thing. Okay, so that should be my safety net for if I change the skin for the character. It means that the NPC's skin should change, but only on the event of them being like changed and revealed differently. Also, the camera just defocused. There we go. So to prove this, let's switch to you. It's normal Iron Mouse there. Switch back to Iron Mouse, switch her skin, then switch away. Didn't work. Pain. I don't know if you're doing a jam, but good luck. I am not doing a jam. This is a game that I've been working on for the better part of 2 years. And I'm pretty interesting. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. Looked like it reset? Oh, it's because I'm in range of that. That's why. But that... okay. The hold didn't work then. I wonder maybe if it's because I'm trying to do it this way. If I do it this way, it would be better. Because I think that might be like a copy of the value instead of the current thing, right? Because it's not a reference, it's a... Copy. Yeah, that was the issue. Cool. And then I might just move some of the lobby around. See how this looks. Just get them a bit further away from the mirror, so you're not just accidentally changing the skin. Because like this is how close you can be to change your skin. That's okay, that's actually a lot further away than I would like. That's concerning. Oh, I know why. Because it's collision around the center point, right? This is going the wrong way. Let's try that. We'll see very clearly if it's not adequate enough by just the mirror showing the character or not. That's the important thing. Yeah, that's not adequate enough. Cool. This needs to be plus. That's probably what it needs to be. This stuff doesn't really matter. Yeah, we're basically making the entire collision like all of the area underneath. Which is not what we wanted. It's been like that for a long time, good lord. Because where is the sprite's collision point? Top right. Okay. So let's think about this. Oh, so this should have been the correct call. Is that plus 10 is not that much. Like, that's the collision. Good lord. Uh, 0.8. Nah, hard code, yeah. We're getting there though, we're getting there. I don't know how much more I want to try and like clean up for an updated release. I think we're basically at the point where we're happy. Like, there's only a couple of things I can see that are annoying. I need to figure out where this is. So this is the, I think that, is that in the main? I see. That was some older debug. I'm just gonna remove that. Is that on the player then? No. Unless I copied something over for it. Alright, that's just the shadow stuff. Ah, here it is. I think. That's all the version stuff, that's fine. So yeah, that's the input thing that's been in the top left, I believe, this entire time. That we don't need it, nor really want it. But can show up. No, I mean, it's all good. Show up when you want to show up. Yeah, we've gotten rid of it. Yes. Alright. So. What else is there to tick off the box before we try and go for like a big old post? Indicating with Arky? Yeah. How would I do that? Tooltip, full screen toggle, upgrade draw. No, the rest, the re-rolling is handled in the UI. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Nav mode. It's not equal. Nav. Dot. Mouse. Oops. Okay, we need a copy of this. And then SP key. What have I called them? Isn't it just fuck, what have I SPR? Oh, it's just SPR. Okay. Okay, would that work? Go to player and re-enable the dev testing for level up. Control Shift K. Control Shift K. Okay, there we go. Not sure what your goal is for this game, but personally I'd add a shadow to the character with a bit of a shader if it's supported in your engine. So one, we do actually have shadows on all the characters. I do get where you're going with that. Two, yes, it does support it because I can just manually code it in myself. Depends on, so when you describe shadow, so what we've got at the moment is a very weak version of it where it's basically, so say this is the sprite here. What we're doing is we're drawing another copy of the sprite just behind them like this, and it's black, and it's slightly lower alpha. I'm guessing what you mean by shadow is a dynamic shadow where it would draw them relative to a light position. Kind of like this. This wouldn't be too difficult for me to do if I wanted to. The problem is I don't have light sources in the game, and it's just kind of unnecessary code infrastructure at this stage. It's the same as like the grass that I have in the game. There's actually dynamic grass that moves with wind and moves away from objects if they're walking through it and stuff like that. The problem is some abilities are really hard to see because of the grass, and it just became like not really necessary. We're going for simplicity in terms of both optimization and code complexity, pretty much. I mean, yes and no. Like, again, it's... the simpler the practices, the better it is for me as a designer. But like, if you look very closely, not with these dudes, they don't have a shadow push, but if you look at the player, there is a slight thing. If I... options, display, full screen, this will probably make it a little bit clearer. Back. If you look very closely on the right side here, there is a little bit of a shadow. It's actually going to be easier to see in the normal run. There. Same with the enemies. Interesting. Alright. Just putting a circle on the ground could be nice too. That would be super simple. That's actually what we did before. Fun little fact, there is the sprite Oh, hang on a moment. Just a sec. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that shadow isn't reading at all. I can't tell, honestly. So, okay, my counter to that is that it's one of those things, you're not going to see it, but it actually matters a lot. Trust me when I say the difference between it is passable when you're toggling between it. Makes a big difference. This adds the depth that I kind of want for now. But yes, we did used to have an SP shadow draw for everything. This gets very laggy very quickly. That's the problem. Because of the architecture, and there was a far greater room for error while doing this for what we have. But if I go to OUI and we go into the draw event, you can see here I actually have a surface for drawing all of the shadows in the game. And it goes through all of the objects that are inside of my array and will draw itself within the shadow architecture. But a tiny little shadow underneath the player, that is a thing that I will probably be re-adding in. You could always integrate them into the sprite themselves. No, that is a terrible idea. Because that's, like, I'm already at a point where there's a consideration, wait, each object doesn't draw its own shadow? God, no, that would be horrendous. Okay, this is one of those things we need to talk about this for a moment. Do you want to know why that is a terrible idea? What is the difference between one thing doing something 100 times and 100 things doing things one time? An algorithm complexity? This uses less processing than this is the shorthand. By a substantial margin. Because this is doing it in a linear fashion, whereas this is trying to do all of these in parallel to each other and ends up like looking like this. No, not everything draw shadow itself. That is a bad idea. It's the same with why enemies don't actually path. They are told to path. Pretty much everything the enemy does, the enemy isn't the one doing it. It is all handled by a controller. Because that is the more optimal thing to do when you're dealing with this many entities. That's why we have O controller enemy here, and this is all of the movement handling. And it's actually on a delay, so it means that it's not taking up too much memory space. This includes like processing how they get slows, if they're stunned, and then introducing the pathing architecture and pushing it onto them. Also handles their which direction they're looking as well, and everything like that. This is the better way of doing this sort of code by a long shot. You got an AI director, that's something for structural optimization. I mean, yeah, that's what you do with that sort of stuff. You want to run the least possible loops since it's bottlenecks the processes. Yeah, so you're telling me that I should loop on 100 different things then instead of looping once. That is the case. Because to draw that, I would have to draw that every frame. If I'm drawing a shadow, I have to draw the shadow every frame. Because the positional data changes constantly, right? Between frame. So I can't just draw a shadow and then leave it. The object is moving. Because the object is moving, I have to redraw the object every frame. So I have to redraw the shadow every frame. And that is where you get to that situation of, so what's better? To loop once, or to loop the 100 times for each object. It's the same with, as I said, the processing of their movement, activation, debuff functionality, everything. All of that stuff is done here in a controller instead of in each individual object, because it reduces how much processing needs to be done overall into a finer singular point. It's the same with why I'm doing all of this stuff in the UI. By doing it all in the UI and not handling it on an individual object, like dialogue. Dialogue is triggered by each individual object, but it is handled by the UI. Let's try doing that. So no, the individual objects handling something like shadow would be a bad idea, especially knowing that I'm doing it via surface. Drawing one surface is already resource intensive. Unless I told each individual object to draw to that surface, which is pretty intense, then I'm gonna be doing a lot. That seems odd to me. Never had these issues of exporting to web. Maybe an engine difference? No, this is a rule of thumb. We're talking about hundreds of enemies, hundreds and thousands of enemies. There's an eventuality where what I'm doing is less process intensive. I mean, this can run on a potato, this game, because of these optimizations. Hope Maid stream will happen soon. I've said before, you guys have to pay me to do that. But no, if you ask most people in the field, like this is the thing that you're kind of aiming for, is to reduce how much is done by each individual things. What is your specs target? My specs target is I can run this on a computer from probably like 20 years ago, which I can. This doesn't even require like half a gig of RAM at its worst, when it's actually working correctly. Why is that not drawing? Is it too small? Run this on a Nintendo 64, my dude? Maybe. PS2? PS2 would be easy to run this on if I spent the time to do the memory requirements for that doing on console, because they have specific things. Okay, I'm not blind. The R key is not turning up. Until sadly copyright hit. Yeah, I did hear about that. But no, it is important to acknowledge when it comes to programming, like, conventions, you want to reduce how many times you do something. So that is why you have controllers. That is why you'll have typically a main controller, an enemies controller, a UI controller, stuff like that, right? You can split them down further and further, but that is the best way to do stuff if you're doing object-oriented programming, which is the correct way to do programming nowadays. It is the better thing. Oh, so what have you DM'd me now? Ooh, that is looking nice. Depends on what you're doing. Okay, yeah, again, like, under most situations, that is a good argument. There are cases, obviously, where object-oriented programming is not the correct architecture that you should, like, format you should be using. I will concede that. However, and this is where it comes down to it, under the majority of situations, especially if you're doing something like a general software or a game, you should be using OOP. I think that's a pretty agreeable thing. Unless you have like some bonkers way of doing it yourself, that's fine. Everyone has their own way of doing it. But OOP is consistently a good format to use. Used AI and edited a fit. That's pretty good for what it is. Not bad, not bad. See? AI tools, man. As long as they're ethical, there's no problem. Okay, let's try this with a different sprite for a moment and see if this changes it. But yeah, it's a let's see. So if we do this, press P. I'm just not seeing it. Huh. Okay. I guess it's not nav mouse too irregular. Okay, well, what if I removed the requirement for not nav mouse and just drew the R key? Button. Also, CS programming for when you want a large number of things that behave the same way. Well, I mean, like, that's why I say, like, there's a lot of different things for it. In a game development scenario, you'll have... So, with, like, the AI, for example, I have a, what you can call it's a singleton object of a controller, and the controller, what it will do is it will dictate what the actions are taken of all of the controllers under its controlling. So, majority of all of the enemies, aside from bosses mostly handle their own stuff, and that is because they're one-offs, right? Good old patterns, yeah. Oh, I've put it in the hover over. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I misunderstood where I was putting that. I'd say the hardest and the simple part of OOP, hard to get it at first, once you get it, so yes, no, 100%. OOP is, it's got a learning curve, but once you get past the hump, it is super, super effective, and then there's another learning hump later down the line. But that's when you start getting into, like, further partitional data and shit like that. So it is kind of important to keep these sorts of things in mind with it. I will admit, like, me going, no, it's this. It's like, it's not that. It's not quite that easy to answer the thing. Is placing an image more performant or modifying the drawing calls to draw it? Wait, what? Is placing an image more performant or modifying the drawing calls to draw it? What's the difference? Okay. Drawing through code? What? You are drawing through code. There is no such thing as placing an image when it comes to programming. With the CPU calls? No, that's okay. Modifying or an interface. There is no placing of an image in most like actual IDEs. When you're talking about like Visual Studio and all that sort of stuff, there is no placing an image. You tell where the image should be, and then you draw it via a draw event. And you draw it into world space. Which is either handled by the GPU or the CPU, depending on where you've positioned it and where you're telling it to call from. But it takes RAM memory to tell the position of all of that data point. What was my first programming language? Basic. I meant in your engine? Yeah. That's what I said. It's a draw event. None of this is placed. All of this is told to position the data where I want it to and draw what it is. There is no placing a thing. There's a reason why most of my objects don't actually have their sprites on, because I tell them to put... it's the same as the thing, but... Rendering even? Yeah, it's like... Are you meaning like this? Because this isn't that. This is a draw event. It's just hidden because I'm not actually doing it. I still have to do draw self because of that. My second language is Minecraft command blocks. Dude, I was so bad at Minecraft command blocks for so long because I just kept forgetting like certain syntax for it, man. This is like really tragic when it's like I've done this shit as a job for so long and then just getting shown up by some kid because I don't know. No, I apologize if I'm misunderstanding where you're coming from, but like there is no placement of image. It is only draw event in most like stuff there is. Yeah, looks good enough. And then it was T for the other one. Do I have T in? I do not. I'll go put that in. Would be mumbo jumbo if I was actually creative. Same. I understand that. Even I'm impressed by some of the shit that man makes. It's like such wild stuff. Sometimes you want to recode how the engine auto-renders stuff to make it more performance/dynamic. I mean, sure. But like, that's like telling me to rewrite C++ or like C render code from the libraries that like I use. It's a library. There's a reason I do it. I'm not here to reinvent the wheel. Alright, because I think... What is the one that I typically used for Visual Studio? Hardly matters in most use cases. Exactly, right? Like, could I optimize it to a 0.0001% margin? Yeah, sure. But that's basically what I would be getting. It's like, why bother getting that small percentage margin in the majority of use cases and not just have a better optimized system? Use assembly libraries, like that one guy on YouTube. I've used assembly, I'm good, thanks. Like I said, I learnt coding via stuff like basic and shit. Now, what do I actually use? I need to pull up I have to pull up my actual code to see what library I use. It was one of the more basic ones when I was doing like the recent stuff for assignments. I think this should work. Now that's not insane enough yet to do assembly. Oh, I've done it. I just don't want to do that shit. Right. Was basic type and or memory safe or not? No, it's not memory safe. Okay, I'm looking for my... Do I not have the header for that anymore? Did I move it? Oh, there it is. Libs. GML. That was it. GLM. Sorry. That is that and glue. I think those put, but it's mainly GLM. Was what I was using for this. Does this still run? Because I have tiny OBJ loader for the loading of the file type. Can guess and see any of it. No, it was, yeah, it's not memory safe. It's, you're running around with a shotgun in basic. Actually, it's more like a bazooka, I'll be honest. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's a little laggy. There we go. Okay, here we go. This is a render engine I made. His lighting, his 3D render object, his world box, everything. Spent a few weeks on this, I think. But yeah, all of this is matrices and rendering points. This is, again, technically, I'm rendering a 2D thing. I'm just telling it to move things in the relative space. We only have 3 weeks. Yeah, nah, fucking this was C++. and I'm very glad I did this render in C++. I was allowed to. Also, I believe, if I recall correctly, is it... Yeah, so that turns off colored... I can't remember what light it is again. That's world light, and this is the point light? Yeah. Because, yeah, no. This is it without the lighting shaders that I have. So before someone goes, you're not a real programmer because you can't make a fucking engine. I can make an engine, I just don't want to. And making an engine does not define you as a programmer. But there you go. That's an example of something I've done before. So do I know how to do rendering stuff and re-coding it all? Sure. Is it worth it? Fuck no. There's a reason I'm using an engine. It was horrible. Can't imagine swing. Yeah, enough. I stand by a statement I've made. Is just like, if I can avoid ever programming in any Java-based shit again, I'm good. I'm fucking good. Java is absolutely awful. I don't think anyone really actually wants to program in Java, realistically. I think we can all agree to that, right? Swing is easier than FX, but less efficient. Oh, God. Wait, it's less efficient than FX? That's a fucking sad thing to hear. FX ain't fucking that good. Alright. R&T shows up only when you're... Yeah, that I need to do something about the timer. But yeah, this is the drawing here. And I'm actually using the more complex version of the drawing architecture, so I have a lot more control over it. But yes, the shadow stuff is done in a way that's probably one of the most efficient ways to do it, especially the way I'm doing it. And it means that the shadow actually works based on the models and everything. Because it's just re-rendering the self with, on the surface, but with the, change to, this. It's just coloring it with a slight transparency and a black. That's it. It's the same with doing a mirror. Which I've done a mirror, so, you know. Gonna make Vampire Survivors and set passive attacks, mixing it Slay the Spy. Yeah, no, it's a cool idea. I'm actually very interested to see how it plays out. Also, yeah, let me know, yeah, if, like, once you're at a, like, more relaxed point, if you've got, like, anything you want to try and make. Because, I need to start picking up some little side hobbies, outside of this project. And all my side projects are waiting for a few things to be done. So, definitely interested in helping you out with something if you're interested. Also, the camera just doesn't want to work today, does it? Not on my hand. Don't focus on the hand. Focus on my face, you twat. Do that. You gonna reset? There you go. Alright. Guess the lighting's a bit weird at the moment. There's a secret coding project I started working on with thing, but I fallen behind as I failed to design what I want properly. I know that he's kept a lot of things close to his chest, so... Maybe give some... Yeah. But like, let him know if he does want any further assistance from just me popping in as just advisory, even not just like actually working on it. Because again, what I think maybe I've scared him at this point, because he and I have a lot of like disagreements on what a game should and shouldn't have. I've worked in a business environment where I didn't have a choice in what I made. I've worked in IT, I've worked in like that sort of field. I'm more than capable of just creating the result that is requested by the client. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably give a question of like why this and not this, but that's about it. But yeah, I think I've scared him with that. The discussions we've had. That's why he probably doesn't want like me involved with the game stuff. Or well, not game stuff, but you know what I mean. Just the programming side of things. Surely you know. Also, don't worry. He also likes that you disagree when needed. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, is I know he appreciates that I call him out on most things. Because that's the thing, is unlike a lot of people on that server, when I call someone out, I call them out and then discuss with them why I've called them out. And that's normally the big thing. Whereas, like, people are normally more keen, and this is something that's very universal across the internet, people are more keen to just say you're wrong and not explain why they believe that being the case in a constructive manner that means that, like, both parties can go, on the matter. Because look, I've been wrong. Fuck it, yesterday when I was chatting with my mate about some stuff in Hearthstone, I was like, no, that shouldn't be the case. Found it out, I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking wrong. I can recognize I'm wrong, and I'm now going to figure out why I was wrong. Then I went through it and I'm like, oh, that's probably it. Because there was a card that got rotated out that was, I didn't remember it getting rotated out. But clearly they did. And it's just really weird. It's worse when people just approve of everything you do. Yeah, no, it's the thing of be constructive, don't be negative or positive. It's good to be positive with people, because then you actually get more out of them. But this is that thing of, okay, what do you want out of a boss? Right? So there's, here we go. We've got, when you tells, no, let's shorthand this. Tells when done right. Actually, no, we just fuck it. We'll explain this. And what boss do you want out of these two? Like, what boss do you want? Do you want the boss that praises when you do things correctly? And goes like, you've done really well with this. This is awesome. Like, when you've done something correctly, they praise you. Or do you want the boss that points out when you've done something wrong and say, hey, this is not okay? Both? Exactly. You do not want one or the other, you want both. That is being constructive. I want someone that can come up to me and go, hey, you've done this really cool. I really like this. I don't quite agree with this. Let's discuss that a little bit and let's go through that and go all that. If I've really fucked up, yeah, no, I should just be reprimanded. And that's how that works. That's good. If I've really fucked up, I should not be going, hey, kind of not cool. It's like, no. If I've like fucked a server or something like that, you should be going like, okay, you've just messed up the server. That's not okay. We now need to fix this. Like right now. You are going to get in trouble for this. It's like, you know what? That's kind of fair. Praise is important for morale. Exactly. It keeps you motivated. So that is why you need to do that. I totally never potentially did that, yeah. It's like a ship crew. Yeah, and the important thing, by the way, when talking about this is not just that, it's the employee as well, because you need to be willing to take this praise and let it boost your morale, allow to go like, you know, that's cool, but not let it go to your head. And then pointing out what's wrong, you need to think about what you've done wrong, and you need to actually think about it, not just go like, oh, my boss has been an ass. Look, some bosses just do this, and that's them being an ass. You need to bring that up with them. You need to go, hey, look, I'm all good that you're calling me out on some mistakes, but my morale is going down. I'm actually having a harder time staying motivated in work. I'm not saying you need to praise me forcefully, but if I do something correctly, it would be appreciated if I actually get told that I did it correctly. Could use to do some game jams soon. Dude, game jams are great. Like, I highly recommend if you're interested in getting into game development, game jams are the correct way to go. What's even better is you can just randomly find people for them and create a team and just do that. Right? But yes, no, I mean, I've also, the reason I used that example, by the way, of the server shutting down, I done that. I completely bricked a company's server before when I did an update. And it caused them to be unable to do work for like a week while we fixed it. And in the process, basically our company had to pay them out for the losses that they had for that week. And that was not a small amount of money. The only reason I didn't get in as much trouble as I should have, in a sense, is because it wasn't just me. I was team leader at the time for that. And because they couldn't afford to lose me. That was really important. Because that was the thing. It's like, if they pissed me off too much, I might leave. And if I left, that company was going under. At the time. I don't know what happened to that company now. I haven't actually checked in on it in a while. I basically was the person running it, even though I was like only a kind of... I don't know, I would call myself a grunt, but none of them called me a grunt. Less than in 1 hour, nobody noticed. That's always a good thing. But no, mine was a big issue because it was I had pushed through something that basically meant that if a specific event occurred, which would basically occur whenever you requested information, it would stick the server on a loop. And because of that, we had to physically go to the location and like retrieve the data and reset things. And that was the big thing. So I had to go out of town for that, and that was why it took like so long, because we had to go to the location and we then realized we needed some equipment, so we had to request the equipment to come to us. And yeah, because like the thing is, the issue wasn't clear, and it was fine in almost all other cases other than that kind of info request, which we couldn't do because we weren't given the right kind of access. So there's an argument there as well, is like we weren't given the right kind of access to actually fully create a unit test. So in internal format, it was fine. In external format, in the actual real case scenario, it was not fine. Wish you can control Z in real life. I fucking wish. Well, yeah, it was... Welcome to that stuff. They give you really weird requests. So yeah, then they let us have admin access when we were physically on site, because they could keep us monitored, and they had their admin right there. And I love the admin because he's like, honestly, I don't know why they didn't give you this to begin with. This mistake, I can see what's happening. I don't understand how to fix it at all. You guys know what you're doing. Someone wrote this, like, I think it was that he mentions, like, we had this system for like I think it was 17 years at this point, not changed at all. And the dude that wrote it didn't ever go to school for programming. They just learned it from books and like made it in the space of about 2 years. And it's like, okay, yeah, no, that explains a lot. The infrastructure was terrible. But I'm not going to go too far into like details of stuff because there is legal stuff behind what I'm talking about. Like I said, it ended up in a legal case. We ended up getting having to pay them back for the losses, which was rough. It was very rough. Don't do that. Make it or something, dude. There wasn't those tutorials around at that point. That's the thing. Like, we're talking pre-2000s that database was designed. YouTube didn't even exist. What do you recommend in your case? Game dev at your own pace or game jams? Both is what I recommend. If you're wanting to get into game dev, have like an overarching project you want to like play around with. Did SQL even exist? You're assuming that person understood SQL. Can't imagine what it looked like. Honestly, it was a mess. It was one of those times as well that like you realized how if someone wanted to access the data of that company, it was not hard. It was something else. Something else. It's fucking awful. But yeah, no, going back to what Milo asked, yeah, no, seriously, just find an overarching project to pluck away at from time to time, get a bit of knowledge, and then just pick up game jams as often. If you have a game jam and you're like, I kind of want to keep working on them, this game after the game jam, that's exactly the good thing, right? And just keep picking up game jams because it keeps testing different skill sets and all that sort of stuff. And the best part is with game jams, and this is the rules for them most of the time, is you can yoink code from other projects to put into them. So that's always a good one. And don't be scared to fail. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, that was the biggest mistake I had with this game, is sunk cost fallacy. This game got really sunk cost fallacy, and that's why it's been overhauled so heavily so many times. There's still parts of this code that are basically the original, but most of them have been covered over really cleanly. I still love there is a bit of code in particular, outside of a little bit of stuff that's changed to it, that is one of the earliest lines of code that was ever written in this game. And it's in here. This here. This is one of the first lines of code in this game. Yeah. Did punching cards even exist? No, like, I'm trying to... Because this was in like 20... It was like 2010s, I think, right? Yeah. Sounds about right. It was like mid 2010s, so it was probably made in like 1996 maybe? Was when that database was originally made. 1996, 1995, somewhere around there. So a dude that just like picked up a bunch of random coding books from the library. Started in like 1990, I think it was 1994 was what they said. Is like, was when this person started reading stuff. And so they just made a very shitty list processing system. We transitioned it so it could utilize cloud resources and stuff like that, so they didn't have, because they had to keep deleting stuff from their server. And they're like, well, this is kind of counterintuitive to having a database, right? And it's like, yes. You used to have one JSON file for each user until right era started making corruptions. Yeesh. Yeah, I can see that. It's all about efficiency, but then there's a point in time where efficiency comes back and bites you in the ass. But I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is if you make a game and it's absolute No, I'm going to use an example, and I've talked about this one a lot on stream, because this is the big example I use for, hey, make shit games. Right? So there was a guy that made a game called Hotel... Fart. Or something like that. Right? Fart Hotel. No, it was Fart Hotel. Yeah. Fart Hotel. And in the game, it's about people going around a hotel and farting. This is a mobile game, I believe. Sounds incredibly awesome, right? Absolutely garbage. This was made by a developer that was making, like, multiple games a year. And they're all pretty garbage. But funnily enough, he got a review for this game. Alright? And this review led to one of the largest game franchises there is. The review was the people in the game look like animatronics. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna make a game about animatronics. So his next game he made was this. If you're gonna tell me that you make shit games, realize so did they. This is a story of exactly what game dev looks like on an indie scale. 99% of the stuff you make is probably not gonna make it. It's not gonna do well, not gonna be all that. His older games weren't that bad. I mean, they weren't that bad in the sense that, like, they were done correctly. They were just pretty much just a shitty concept, and they weren't interesting. Right? I say this with utmost love and respect for the game. Five Nights at Freddy's is not exactly the most complex and interesting concept to me. But it makes sense why it worked. And it came out at the right kind of time with YouTube starting to really pick up. The Noita engine has been doing the same for years and years. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, this is the thing, is it is a 1 in a million that you're going to hit that amazing game. But it's also like a 1 in a few thousand that you'll get a game that people will play. So just make 1,000 games. It sounds stupid, but just keep making games, learning from what you've done and made, and keep developing further and further and further, improving, until eventually you make your Five Nights at Freddy's, your Noita, your all that sort of stuff. That is the point about this stuff, is that you need to just accept you're not going to make the next World of Warcraft as your first game. It's just not going to happen. You also need to understand, games are really expensive to make. This game has technically... If we're talking about direct money that's gone into this game, there has been $0. If we talk about how long I've been working on this and the assets that have gone into it that I've made and all of the time that I've put into this game is worth nearly $1 million in US dollars. And that's the point, is by value, this game is insanely expensive, and I'm not going to see a dime come from it. I'm doing this out of purely passion. It's the same with, in a sense, the holocure dev, right? Holocure dev made that shit out of passion. There's a reason why you can't... Like, they, even when Holo Indie came through, they didn't, like, make it so you could they could make money off of it. Since it shifted from Slender Era and RPG Maker into a new... Yeah, that's fair. I will give you that. Like, it definitely did redefine the genre quite a bit, and it was actually quite good for that. And now there's a lot of really good games that have come out that have, like, some stuff that we've learnt from the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, which is pretty cool. Working on right now. 2 weeks will be enough for a fun demo. Because it will probably become nothing after the 2 weeks. Yeah, that's the sad part, eh? Like, I mean, I've talked about how, like, there's a couple of games I've worked on for assignments, and yeah, they just got dropped afterwards. There's a reason why I want to work on the card game that I have, because that's using the design decisions and stuff that I made, for... Never patented the patented the concept. Honestly, oh no, I don't want to. Oh, we're gonna get into the whole talk about patenting in video games, and how like patenting mechanics, and how it is one of the fucking stupidish things there is, and is actually ruining games. Like, straight up, is one of the worst fucking things that ever... Oh, it's not even Nintendo. No, Nintendo's just one of the more, like, current event talks on it. No, there is a game that patented a system that is genuinely, I think, one of the worst fucking things they could have done. Like, 100%. You wanna know what that game was? Shadow of Mordor. Nemesis system. That's patented. I think that is the fucking stupidest thing ever. Because it means that none of us can fucking make it. Make a game kind of like that. Shadows of Mordor, that's right, yeah. Shadow of Mordor fucked up by doing that, and it's really fucking annoying. And this is the thing. Game mechanics should not be patentable. Because it's just bad for the industry. And that is the whole point with this case, and there's a reason why everyone that's worth the damn... Autocorrect, yeah, no, I understand. Everyone that's worth the damn is saying that, like, we understand the correct course of action as a business for Pocket Pair is to not, to, like, kind of basically just pay out the settlement because it's just such a small amount of money in the grand scheme of things when we're talking about this industry and stuff. That is the correct thing to do from a business perspective. However, for the industry, the thing that we all hope is that they fight them because they have one of the best fucking arguments on them, which is Craftopia and World of Warcraft. Right? So do you, I'm sure people have probably watched Thor's video on this stuff. Right? Do we know what I'm talking about when I say World of Warcraft and Craftopia? Yeah, there we go. So the Craftopia is a game that's also made by Pocketpair, the same people that did Power World. This is the game they did before this. This game came out in 2022. 2020, right? So this is well and truly ages ago. In this is a mechanic for breeding, where you throw a monster prism at creatures and you can catch them as a pet. This would be patent infringement on the patent that they put forward. Because it is throwing an object in a 3D space at a thing and adding it to your team. Throw at an NPC, I think it is, and adding it to your team. That is the patent. Because they patented it for Legends Arceus. Now, this is the big thing. This is in Japanese court, so we need to remember this is Japanese legal. Legal in Japan is really weird and intense. There is a key thing that got pointed out, is that prior art is used as priority in these cases. Even if the Legends Arceus patent came out before Power World, which that's in debate, this came out well before that. So this means that this was done before Legends Arceus patent. What does that mean? This means that technically they actually have the rights to the patent more. You know what's even better than this? World of Warcraft. You know what World of Warcraft is? World of Warcraft has World of Warcraft pets. What are pets? Well, you go into a pet battle. You can throw an object in a 3D space, add the pet, and catch the pet and add it to your pet team. Wait a minute. You want to know how long that's been around for? Since the beginning of 2000s. There's a problem, isn't there? So, what actually is going to happen is that two legal cases are going to happen in parallel with this. There's going to be the patent infringement case, and then there's going to link in the counter legal action of disproving the legitimacy of the patent. And that's going to be what's going to happen. Because that's the thing. All Nintendo are trying to do is set a precedence that they can basically do this. Is that they could just make a pattern when they see a threat to something and just sue the shit out of you. Because that's the power Nintendo has. And Nintendo has a lot of power in Japanese courts. Now, again, I will put my hand up here before we go too much further with this. It's already kind of late into this. I am not well-versed in Japanese legal, and my knowledge of legal is nowhere near as much as a professional. This is based on professional discussions that I've listened to and my own experience in legal settings. So what does this mean? This means me saying, this is not hard advice. Don't forget that. Another patent, yeah, that's because, I mean, there's a lot of, let me correct, there's not that many patents in video game mechanics, but there are a few of them. But that's, yeah, that is the big issue at the moment, is that, like, if Nintendo succeeds with this, this sets a very bad precedence moving forward for the industry. Because it's not even Nintendo now has that power, it's that other companies will have that power. So there'll be now a race for a lot of like really greedy and shitty companies to make a mechanic and then immediately patent it. Regardless of if it's good or not. because then they have power. And it creates this stranglehold on the industry and is a way for AAA studios to kind of fight against indie development. And it sucks ass. Just want to please the audience. Yeah, like this is the thing is, and this is the misunderstanding a lot of people have. This is a really, really bad move by Nintendo, and they acknowledge that. There's no way their team didn't sit there and go, we do this is going to hurt our image a fuckload. Also, by the way, this isn't even like Game Freak. This is the Pokemon company that is doing this stuff. Small game devs. Oh, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is realistically, there's not a chance. Unless you blow up on the same scale as Pocket Pair, no, you would never be able to survive the legal scenario. You'd just die. You'd have to concede and your life is ruined. Welcome to what game development would become if this goes through and is successful. Genuinely. It basically means that you're in a situation where you're now either too scared to develop something because you're going to get fucking destroyed by a larger company, which was already a bit of a fear, or you make it and you get destroyed and that's why I hate it. So it's, again, this is probably not, this is all legals people and executive branches. That is the problem with this argument, right? But like, yes, this is something that will hurt the indie game dev industry more than anything. And it will hurt it a lot. And it would be very sad. Because then it will become a situation where there's also going to be indie devs that are going to try and do this shit. And it will be their only, like, rise to fame. And it's just not cool. I do not want a situation where this becomes even somewhat common. I don't even want this to even occur. I stand by this should not be a thing that could be patented as mechanics in games. I'm okay with like dishes for food being patented. I think characters being patented. I think music being patented. Things like that. That makes sense. That's all good. But that's equivalent to making an instrument. Not a song. Making an instrument and patenting it. Oh, I made this piano. I patented it. No one's allowed to use a piano now. Because I was the person that invented the piano. That's what it feels like. That's shit idea. Yeah. Quite ironic since I enjoy the latest assortment. Helping with the music. Yeah. It's really, really upsetting. It's really upsetting. I hope to God that, I really hope that Pocket Pair, take the moral approach and fight this. And if they do, I hope they win. I really do. Because as an indie developer myself, in a sense, I'm terrified by this sort of thing happening. Because it would just do so much damage to the industry. Because again, it sets a precedence. It sets a precedence that this is okay to do. And it's not okay. It's not okay. I mean, it's just like music, right? So music and stuff, that's patent. Dancing's another one. Dancing's not patent. You can't patent fucking a dance. Why can I patent a mechanic then? Because there was one mechanic that recent-ish came out of patent, which was minigames and loading screens. Yeah, that was something that was patented. That's scummy. Do you have any idea how cool loading screens could have been this entire time? It could have been a lot more enjoyable than just a single bar and then maybe some art and shit. No, so I really hate the fact that like certain things get patterned like that. I stand by the Nemesis system being patterned as one of the most insulting things to me. Explaining the dances. Well, that's why they do dances. No, genuinely, that's why Fortnite does the dances for cosmetic, is because it's free use. They can get away with it. Wasn't it patterned with the first Ridge Racer release? That sounds about right. I believe that sounds right. Yeah. So yeah, like I don't even think the Nemesis system's that incredible, right? I think we can all agree that like the Nemesis system is a cool concept, and it would be really awesome to see in more games. Why the fuck are we not allowed to use it? How long is it? It's 20 years to fall out of pattern, right? When was Nemesis system patterned? It was patterned in effectiveness on February 2021, and they will have the option to keep it until 35. So we have to wait another 11 years before we would be able to make anything with the Nemesis system. Global effort of all indie. No, you know what honestly, if this shit happens with Nintendo, what I actually want to see happen is all indie developers go like, okay, we're gonna patent fucking everything in games from this point onwards, but we're gonna let it so we can give a license freely and easily as long as you're not a large-scale company. Anyone that's not a large-scale company or a company above this sort of scale, they have to deal with the fact that it's patented. That is what I think should be done in retaliation if this shit happens. Because then those companies will learn very quickly this is not the right kind of shit to pull. They own the JavaScript name for some fucking reason? Yeah, I know. I'm saying that, by the way, is retaliation only if it does get bad. I hope to God we don't feel like that's necessary. I really don't want to see shit go badly. It's just such a scummy thing. And it's very clear as well, because this was done completely to because Pocketpair was successful. That's it, right? Because Craftopia didn't, but it wasn't that successful. But that's why they're not. Again, this is the big thing that people need to remember. The phrasing is they're going against Power World, not Pocketpair. Why is this important? Because that exact thing of Craftopia predates their thing. So the moment they win again, if they go against the company, not the game, they are fucked, because it's just going to look really bad, and it means that their patent's going to be voided. And they give access to companies who have no patent. Should be a community effort, yeah. I mean, it's the argument of like, everyone should register the patent, do nothing until we see a big thing, a big company do it, and then we're like, cool. That's patent, by the way. Patent VTubers of crap. Oh my god, imagine. Dude, like, that's the thing, right? Imagine if VTubers got patent. That's what this kind of feels like. A VTuber designed, or just VTubers in general, got patented. That'd be horrendous. It's like, oh, you can't have a tail for your VTuber. I patented having tails for VTubers. Can we give patent to public domain? Yes, you can do that. But the thing is, by doing that, you void the patent. That's the point. That's why I'm saying, like, if we really wanted to do damage in retaliation to this, we patent everything and we only act upon the patent when we see it in a situation that we feel is necessary. Oh, don't patent furries, yeah. So yeah, if we see, like, Nintendo or Ubisoft or any of those sorts of companies pulling this shit, or Warner Brothers, I should really say. Like, Warner Brothers or Nintendo use a mechanic we've all patented, we can just go fucking sue them. And it means that those companies would then get strangled out because they wouldn't be able to innovate and do new things. All those personas DMCA'd. Nobody can patent if it's public domain? Oh, and yeah. Okay, so that's what you're trying to say, is like... Yeah, but that's the problem, though, is that they've tried to patent something that exists outside of what they are patenting for. And that's the problem. That's why there's going to be a legal thing, like a legal retaliation. It's very clear if Pocket Pair want to take this to court. Again, this is the big thing. They might not want to. And again, for their specific company, it would be wise to, because they're going to pay way more money in legal fees by the end of this to cancel them out. That's a really important thing you need to realize, is that the amount of money that they're being charged for is like I think $1 million or something like that, 3 million? It's pittance. It's pittance. It's like 300,000 US dollars. It's fucking nothing when you're talking on the sort of scale of money that we're getting thrown around. They could do that and that's fine. But that's the point. Is it's a small enough amount of money that if Nintendo, like, it's really appetizing to just let Nintendo do this. Keep the patent valid though? Yeah. No, like, that's why I say, like, it's... You'd have to have, like, a really weird network, and I'm sure that, like, all of us fucking indie bros would get together and figure out a network so we can all just utilize this patenting fine, and then just fuck over large-scale companies. But your favorite horny devote? Yeah. But no, it's a really scummy thing to do, Nintendo's doing it. And again, it's just, I don't like the idea of patenting a mechanic. I think that's really scummy. Because it's a really slippery slope where it again just turn into pointing fingers at everyone and like racing to make something to just patent it, regardless of it being good or not. Actually, here's a better kind of point on this, to explain like how bad it could get. You remember how Concord came out and it was a fucking mistake that it came out? You realize we're going to get more of those games, right? So they could patent them? Like, they're going to make games, they're going to patent it just to fucking potentially make more money. They're going to, like, large-scale studios are going to make more shitty games. Just so they can do patenting. That's actually something that could happen. And there will be companies that will do that. 100%. You think they wouldn't? We will complain about how greedy some of them are already. You think they wouldn't? Oh no, we spent like a couple mil on this game and now we can destroy people that want to do stuff. I'm gonna sleep for tonight and have an amazing day, evening, everyone. Yeah, catch you later, Nya. Hope you have a good sleep. You know what? Let's start packaging this. I'm gonna package this for release. I need to disable this quickly though. Just do a last double check and we can package for a release. Package release build. Yeah. Well, that's just, I don't like the idea of that. It's just there's so much wrong with that shit in my eyes. DI is an attempt to get money from the government with the diversity programs, though. I can't speak to that too much. I'm not good in that. I'm not well attuned to that field, so don't think I've got anything I can really say to that that's constructive or meaningful. I've always had a weird thing with the diversity programs, after all. It's that argument of, I agree with equity, I don't agree with just like, hey, if this company has this many of this ethnicity or gender or whatever, they get paid more. It's just like, that means you just kind of hire token people and they just sit in an office and you get more money than you have to pay them. And you can pay them pretty handsomely to just sit there and do nothing. It's fucking insulting. Could do that if I wanted to go to Japan. They hire a lot of white people for diversity hire. Because they get more money. Wouldn't need to do jack shit, too. Super scumbag. All these companies are in Canada where these programs exist, but companies found a way to abuse it like they always do. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is when you put in a hard, strict rule, it gets... This is why, by the way, I'm actually, like, kind of annoyed with the whole community's approach to how... the Twitch terms of service stuff is. Because people are like, no, we want clearer rules. It's like, no, you don't. Because clearer rules means that people are going to find that grey zone and abuse that and then get us losing that thing again. This has happened several times this year alone. We don't want hard rules, we want soft rules so they can be contextually used and handled appropriately. Do we think that the current systems are bad, especially like how some things have been handled where it should just be maybe a soft warning instead of a fucking ban? Yeah, I think that we can all agree that it should probably be more warnings than bans handed out. It does feel like bans get handed out as a warning a bit too often. But otherwise, yeah, no, it's good. That's why YouTube does that, and YouTube means that they can take case-by-case basis. Does it mean that there's a lot more admin and a lot more work and then sometimes there's problems? Yes, but it's kind of better because of that. What was I gonna do? I was gonna grab the correct code for this. There are some disabled people who are actually care and are good game devs, but get overshadowed by random DEI hires. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing, is there are more than enough people that are capable and creative and stuff like that, and have some form of disability that might make it difficult. And then there's just people that go like, oh, well, opportunity hire. It's like, oh. I'm not gonna say all companies as well, like, right, we should kind of make sure that we don't blanket statement this. There's definitely companies that do it, and it's kind of scummy, but it's not universal. Is there anything else we should add quickly before I put up a post for this? I don't think there is. Also, by the way, this is literally all that's required for the shadow stuff. If we look at, if I take this away and we look at the things. Actually, there was one crash I saw earlier that I might want to check it around a little bit. Go to display, go to full screen. Alright, so this is what they look like without the shadow. Real devs tested production. Oh god. Real devs force push to get. And this is what they look like with their shadow. Trust, if you actually put it side by side, it's a substantial improvement. It's very subtle, but it is a substantial difference. It adds a lot more depth and interest to them. I need to change the background, the like tiling sprite stuff though, because that shit looks really grainy. And I know why. The clients are all tested. To be fair, kind of, right? Like, if I say stupid shit. Alright, here we go. This was the crash I saw earlier. They look like paper cutouts of these shadows. Yeah, I'm not gonna fully disagree with that. That's fine for now. I don't mind it. So where is this line 30 step? It's not key enter hold a variable? Yeah, it's there. Alright, well, for safety's sake then, we can be lazy. I'm fine being lazy for one or two things. I had the idea for a cool racing game. I just overdid it. Yeah, I mean, that's a learning experience, right? But that's the point, is you need to just keep at it, keep improving. Doing what you can. Interesting. That's why game jams are great though, because you can just like hop into a team, work with that team, and then move on from there. Never look back. Cool. That solved that issue. Alright. Actually, no, wait. Cancel that. I need to still... Fuck. that hasn't been updated in a long time. So this would be... There we go. The best thing in teamed game jams for me is that you can find your future business partners there, so you can actually stick with during the journey. I mean, yeah, exactly. Right? Like, while I say you can kind of never have to look back and stuff, there's also that aspect. But also don't go into it with that mentality. See if that happens naturally. Alright? That's an important one. Don't want to put in the effort. I don't know if I'd use that phrasing, but I get what you're meaning with that. Again, it's scoping is a big thing when it comes to programming. Got to get it right. It's very easy to overdo that stuff. Okay, before I go with that, what is it actually called? So... Why the wallpaper? Cause I decided to finally put wallpaper engine back on, and the current one that I want to use isn't been made yet, and I can't be arsed making it myself yet. But I decided to put the character I wanted on anyway, Robin from Honkai Star Rail. Because I like the design that they went with her. She's a great encapsulation of what I kind of like from idols, I guess. You like gacha? Yeah. Well, I shit on gacha more than I like gacha, let's be honest. I shit on a lot of gacha games. I've said before, like, I like Star Rail. I did not want to touch Genshin when that came out because I thought that was egregiously monetized. Aggressively monetized, sorry. And was quite toxic. It's improved a lot since, but still has its issues. Star Rail I've been fine with though for the most part, and I stand by, if you ever want the perfect example, Azure Lane. Azure Lane is what I think gachas should be. you're passionate, you can make it. Well, a gacha game. I've talked about this before. That's actually one of my large-scale eventual ones that I want to make. But, oh no, if we're talking about the wallpaper, yeah, no, it's just pure, I've not had time. I would like to, but I just don't have the time. I spend so many of my fucking game dev. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the game I want to make, the gacha game I want to make, fucking, it's a concept that I know would be successful by all intents and purposes based on market everything, and all that. The problem is that the quality I want for it is something I cannot do solo, and I accept that. That's why it's shelved until at a later date. I'm try ZZZ, the combat system's too simple in your taste. Though they got neat minigames. It's simple and complex, right? Is it only a handful of buttons? Sure, but like, again, it's that learning what buttons to press when argument and how to build your team. Which I would consider quite complex for its combat system. It's actually got like a lot of depth to ensuring that you build your team correctly and then what to use when. I gacha my time and social reputation watching VTubers, that's fair. Yeah, no, it's why like I don't know if I like the usage of saying like the combat system's too simple for that sort of game, but I do get that like it's not appetizing in an immediate fashion. That's fair. So, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like just, if you've ever played like Devil May Cry, it's those sorts of things, right? They're good, but like they have their issues. Oh, there should be 13, honestly, at this point. Oh, well. And then if I go to my dashboard, it recommends for me to make a new devlog. And that should be that. I mean, but yeah, like, downloads for this, I think I've got a few, but yeah. Again, downloads don't matter to me. As long as people play it and enjoy it, it's cool. Gonna be going now. Good to have you hang out. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again in the future. Where am I looking? You. I do need to go. Oh shit, there's one thing I did forget. Did I fix that? I don't think I did. How do I... Okay. It gives me an opportunity to turn this to 13 then. So, fuck, where is it? There we go. Okay. Nice and simple. To explain what I done wrong there, let's see. How do I best describe what I did wrong there? When you'd leave a room, it didn't reset the bosses that would push to your array, so it would, like, linger if you went back into the room. Would I make an automated one? Make an automated one. I don't know quite how I would. I think that's my immediate statement on that. Trying to think, because like most of my changelog stuff is me just going through my, like, that's why it's gonna take ages. It's me going through my files and going like, hey, what has changed since this point in time, right? A template that I do agree with. I probably should. Like, fairly soon. Because I'm literally, what I'm doing is I'm going through here and I'm clicking on certain things here to see what's changed. But I should probably have a proper template, because I'm gonna just yoink from my other one in a second as well. So just go... yeah, and I'll look at my previous ones. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do it this time, because again, like, I'm just gonna be rushing to get this done. But I do think, like, in the future, the mighty future, Lion sleeps tonight. I don't know where I was going with that. Characters can now be interacted with. God damn it, I keep doing that. Got any plans for Auckland? I mean, outside of the Miku Expo, I've got a couple of things I'd like to go see and do while I'm there, but I'm trying to keep the plans open because the person I'm going with is a night field worker most of the time. So I don't want to like hard plan things because he's going to probably be quite exhausted quite easily when it comes to daytime. So I want to like kind of manage around that in a respectable manner. You gotta buy yourself something at the expo? I mean, as much as I can. I'd like to buy like 1 or 2 things. We are going with VIP pass, So we do get like some special things to take with us to begin with. So only one homie along. Yeah, it's just me and the other me and my mate. Only me and my mate going. Because we don't go out very often, so it's a nice opportunity for us. And it's something that I want to do more. I want to really get into doing a lot more. That sort of stuff. Is going and exploring and having fun. Curious if you'll go to meet someone at Auckland, new friendos and stuff. I mean, if I make friends while I'm there, I make friends while I'm there. If I, but it's not like my go-to intention. Right? Be a geek. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm just going up to have fun. I'll see what happens after that. When was that? Just don't bail all your money on alcohol. Oh, I will. I'll have you know. Okay, there's that. Okay, and then is there anything else? That's icons. Fix the math finally. Honestly, that's kind of why I wrote this bit up here of it's kind of hard to sum up the stuff that's changed in this patch. Because there's a lot of things that got changed. Like, a lot of things got changed. But I think that's basically everything. That's major. Alright, now I need to change a lot, yeah. Like, the thing is, because it's low on balance changes and high on overhauls and like UI and shit like that, I don't really want to go too far into depth with some of it. I can feel the formatting struggling, yeah. Yeah. And that's good. Yeah, it's just the fucking... I wish I could turn off that kind of recommended notification thing. It's really annoying. Just feels so unnecessary. Okay, now I need to go to like all of the key locations. I need to post this in. You pay for Twitter? No. No, I do not pay for Twitter. I refuse to pay for Twitter. Which is why I'm actually glad I have like 3 accounts before they put in the rule in New Zealand that you actually have to pay for them. Because yes, now you do actually have to pay for them in New Zealand. If you want to make a new account. Which is really fucking scumbaggy. But no, I don't want to pay for Twitter. Not until a point where like I can justifiably do so as well. Is the big thing. I need to update this splash, by the way. Because this splash is the old splash, like this promo art has the old splash arts on there where Gura and Monarch have had their updates. So I've got to do that at some point. So I just realized, is this being united the whole time? It's supposed to be united. God damn it. VTuber United, the best football club ever. Yeah, that's kind of why I don't want to have it VTuber United. I want to have it as VTuber Unite. I'm not gonna lie, because it is just my brain immediately goes, oh, it's just the football fucking shit. Just noticing some spelling mistakes. Alright. Well, there you go. Fucking, VTuber Unity, the VTuber div. Goddamn. Development log. If I go here, just grab this Twitter post, the link. So I can post it here as well. There you go. Y'all also get the fucking link for it. Have fun with that. Oh boy. I am content with that. I'm very content that we've managed to get to that update. Oh, so now I'm kind of in the, like, downward spin of getting that done. What the fuck do I do now? So, moving forward, going to get the rest of the controller stuff sorted. That's gonna probably be what we do on the stream, not tomorrow, day after, on Wednesday. Just get more controller and keyboard support going and fixing that. Getting that cleaned up. And then, what's the important thing after that? Probably just getting back into the swing of working on bosses again, honestly. So it would be art assets that need to be done, yada yada yada. We're at a point where, like, I'm going to probably work on some characters again, because I'm just kind of getting itchy to make some more stuff like that. What do I have in my list? Shrines, option settings improvement, gameplay clarity, reroll Spanish. So outside of bosses, it's shrines. Those are the only two big things that we want to get done for this next update. I have it on my whiteboard over there, if you're wondering. Like, can I show the whiteboard easily? Yeah, it's my whiteboard. There's a bunch of, like, notes about the game and what needs to be done. Modifiers as well. I should probably get some more modifiers done. It's not that we don't have ideas for them, it's that we just need to get them done. Oh. I thought you was schizophrenic. Hey, now. But yeah, fucking. Oh, God. It is really nice to have got that update out. Because it's an update that I know a lot of people have been asking me about. So, yay. God damn. All right. Oh yeah, they might be interested as well. I'm gonna have to have a lie down after this, god damn. Alright. Is there anything else I want to do, talk about, all that? Not really, no, just yet another reiteration that I'm only gonna be streaming 3 days this week. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. And I am going to be gone till next week. When I get back, I will I'll stream the day I get back if I can. Then I might take like a day off. So like I will probably stream on the Monday, so same day as this. Take the Tuesday off and maybe the Wednesday off as well. Just to give myself like a bit of time to like fucking recuperate. And then get back into the schedule as per normal. I think that's kind of what we'll probably do. I don't know, like I don't know what condition I'll be in when I get back. I do want to stream though, like the moment I get back, so we can talk about like what happened, have the fun chat of the exciting travels and stuff. And basically show and tell. Right. I don't know how much I can like be able to have prepped in advance to show and talk about though. Like, so a lot of it might be on the day, me organizing and like setting up the stream and shit. So do not expect great advanced notice outside of maybe like an hour beforehand message on Twitter or something. Going like, hey, I'm about to stream. Fuck you. Because I don't know fully when I'm going to be getting back home and when I'm going to be, like, just, when my mate's gone as well. Because once he's gone, then I will, then I'll stream. So, yeah. Fun and exciting times ahead. So with that all being the case though, once again, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.